Well, good morning, everyone. That's the first time I got a round of applause for this work. Thank you, and you're welcome. So, a córdia, bhánamar ar sonna hallscoile fáilte choróibh go léir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marie Conroy Johnson, and along with my colleague, Dr. Eilish McLaughlin, we are the Masters of Ceremonies, and on behalf of the University, we would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which is about to begin. Today's convocation booklet shows the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope you will take this booklet with you as a souvenir of what is an important and enjoyable occasion for the graduates, their guests, and the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of every single graduate of the university. We realise, however, that applauding as every graduate is presented to the President can be quite tiring. So could I suggest that instead we'll pause at intervals for applause. In the unlikely event of an emergency, evacuation of the building is required. I would ask that you please note the emergency exit nearest to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and comply with the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the helix. I would ask everyone now to check that all mobile phones are switched off. We know everyone wants to get a photograph of the big moment, but please do stay seated and do not block the aisles. We really hope you enjoyed today's event, and I would be grateful if those of you who can, please rise for the DCU anthem, accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Senan Dunn. Thank you.
A Chancellor, Scolari na Hullscola, a China is a Charta Golair, but while I'm fáilte anhar chu roimh chuig an ggócharm seo, chun céimena agus dúiseanna Ulscoil Charrabhaile Clia a bhronne. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Sharon O'Brien, Dean of Graduate Studies, and I would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of degrees and awards by Dublin City University. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, which are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, these people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. The ceremony has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of his or her programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here at DCU where I hope they have had some fun and made good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, b'war lumna dini ella an sha curwar lorher. I would like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of the governing authority. To the front are Breed Horan, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Gillian Barry, Deputy Director of Registry. To your left are the Executive Deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives. To your right are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this morning. Today, we are delighted to welcome graduates of taught programmes from the DCU Institute of Education. Tá áthasarm Breed Horan, Chancellor na Hullscola agus Cathaoirleach Cuiste Ceannis na Hullscola occur in Aithne Díobh. Firstly, I have great pleasure in introducing Breed Horan, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of the Governing Authority.
Thanks, Sharon, and good morning, everyone. Úsrán na Hullscola a Colacathe agus a Cóir de Golair, Harceán, Údrás Ceannis, Ulscoil Charrabhaile Clia, Bhuailim Buíochas a Gá Liv, as Feling don Ócáid Speisialta seo. President, colleagues and graduates, on behalf of the University's Governing Authority, welcome to the Helix on this really special occasion. I'd like to extend a particularly warm welcome to our graduates' guests, their family and friends that are here with us. Many of you in the expensive seats at the front. Well done. Hello to the people in the Gods. Don't know if it's called the Gods here. It is in other theatres. And apologies to the people behind me. Well, actually, maybe it's not apologies. They don't have to look at my face, which might not be a bad thing. You are particularly welcome because you are the people who supported the graduates on their journey to this great achievement today. And speaking of supporters, I probably should share that I had some help preparing this speech. So my husband, John, is my greatest supporter in every way, mainly because he puts up with me, but he's also quite a good editor, even if he is a bit critical. And I have to tell you, if he had his way, the speech would be a good deal shorter. But some things need to be said on an occasion like this. And the first thing I'd like to say is that it's a great honor for me to stand here alongside the passionate and committed and dedicated leaders of DCU. The people on this stage, together with the broader DCU community, the academics, the professional staff, and all of the support staff, work really hard and tirelessly to support our students and to make their time in DCU, as Sharon said, both enriching and enjoyable. So I hope you all share my gratitude to everyone in DCU for creating an innovative and inclusive learning environment where everyone has the opportunity to flourish regardless of background or personal challenges. This commitment and the university leadership have made DCU a beacon of excellence in higher education, not just in Ireland, but on the world stage. On that note, I'm delighted to mention that just recently DCU was ranked among the world's top 400 universities by the Times Higher Education University Rankings. And when I tell you that there are over 10,000 universities in the world, being in the top 400 is a great result. Thank you. Also this month, we're bringing into use our newest building on the campus. So if you came in, as I'm sure most of you did, through the Collins Avenue entrance, you'll have noticed that magnificent building on your right as you come in. At the moment, it's called the Polaris Building, and it will accommodate over 3,000 students, STEM students, so science, technology, engineering, and maths, and also our School of Health and Human Performance. The name is good now, Polaris, the North Star, but if there are any among you who have access to great wealth, either through your company or personally, I have to tell you we're open to bids for the naming rights. How cool would that be, your name on a building on Collins Avenue? Lovely building like that. Just saying, speak to us anytime. So the ceremony today is of necessity quite formal, and it can seem a bit solemn, the academic procession, the fancy gowns, the anthem, and the other formalities. But those are all important because they reflect the significance of the occasion. Graduation Day is a blend of that formality and lots of celebrating. A day to recognize and honor the work, the hard work, and the achievements that you've all made. And we're delighted and privileged to share that celebration because we're proud of every one of you. So as we gather on this memorable day for all of you, I checked to see what other memorable events happened around this time in history. And I have to say I was particularly struck by the fact that this week marks the 79th anniversary of the coming into being officially of the United Nations. So given the turmoil and suffering that we're witnessing in so many parts of the world, we hear nightly about Ukraine and Gaza and the Middle East, but of course there's suffering and turmoil in many other parts of the world too. So thinking about the establishment of the United Nations, it's a timely reminder of the fragility of peace in any region and the importance of international cooperation. Also thinking about current challenges, I'm going to go slightly more local here now, and I'm going to risk hitting a somewhat political note. You may have heard there's going to be an election, right, before Christmas. I have an ask of you, because you will be asked, many of you, in the coming weeks for your vote. And when you're asked, I'm going to request that you remind the people who are asking of the importance of investing in one really important aspect of our national infrastructure, our higher education system. That investment is not just an investment in our young people, it's an investment in our society and our economy from which we will all benefit. So there were some welcome commitments in the recent budget, but the reality is that the overall higher education system remains really financially stressed. And further increases in core funding year on year are badly needed. So whether it's on the doorstep or at a Lewis stop or wherever, please do mention higher education. And that's actually important. You might think it doesn't matter what you mention, but a leading politician, I won't name him, in response to a question about why higher education was left so seriously underfunded. He very honestly said, higher education is never mentioned on the doorstep. So now you know, if you want a new topic to mention on the doorstep, please do emphasize higher education. Because all our education system is so important, as we know from the graduates here, but we cannot maintain all levels of education if we're not maintaining higher education. On a lighter note, when I was looking at memorable events this week, I find that Friday marks World Pasta Day. I'm guessing you didn't know that. I feel as Chancellor that when you come to DCU, you should learn at least one new thing. So that's your new thing for today. Apparently, that was only designated in 1998. I don't know why they hadn't thought of it before. But there was a rather grandly titled World Pasta Congress came up with the idea of a World Pasta Day. I'm guessing also that, in fact, I remember, in 1998, and some of you will remember, pasta wasn't really as big an item on our shopping list as it is today. But anyway, whatever other notable events are marked this week, today is notable because it's your graduation day, a day to celebrate with joy and pride. So, like a great pasta dish, savor every moment, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Because you had to overcome many challenges to get to this day, many individual challenges. And then along came COVID-19, just to spice things up a bit. It brought unprecedented upheaval and complexity to all aspects of our lives, right around the world. And it particularly affected teaching and learning. In the face of all that, I know that each of you showed remarkable strength and adaptability and contributed in very real ways to how we got through COVID. So as you take your parchment home after today, it is marking a new chapter in your lives, and I've no doubt that you will continue to excel in all aspects of your professional and personal lives, armed with the skills and knowledge that you've acquired at DCU. You also today join the DCU alumni community, and as such you have a responsibility to live up to DCU's mission, which is to transform lives and societies by making a positive impact on the world around you. And again, given the areas that you are all qualified to work in, you certainly will be making a positive impact. Cherish the friends and connections that you've made here at DCU. Those people and the broader DCU community will always be there to support you. So as I said, today marks the culmination of all your hard work. So do celebrate yourselves. Embrace the future with confidence. Believe in yourself. You're well equipped to succeed. Congratulations to you all.
Candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Anne Looney.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Certificate in Religious Studies. Catherine Byrne. Elsa Cummins. Aisling King. Beth Taggart. Jennifer Ward. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Religious Education and English. Owen James Barry. Kate Breen. Mark Brennan. Adam Cahill. Francesca Casey. Jane Cass. Luke Casserly. David Conway. Ria Cox. Siobhan Cummins. Blonid Dignan. Molly Gallagher. Aisha Halfawi. Miriam Jeffrey. Eve Maguire. Aoife Maher. Amy Marriott. Sinead Roisin Martin. Abigail McCaffrey. Delton McCaig. Caoimhe McGarry. Sarah Kate McGill. Nicole Lorraine McLaughlin. Katie Meehan. Rebecca Moldovan. Abby Murphy. Aoife Noonan. Sarah Mary Rose O'Connor. Louise O'Toole. Aisling Phelan. Lisa Margaret Prendeville. Connor Quigley. Emma Quinn. Tony Marie Quinn. Abigail Regan. Zohara Sharif. Lauren Temple. Dylan Wall. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Religious Education and History, Deirdre Mannion. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Religious Education and History. Tara Bani Asadi. Jordan Carton. Niamh Costello. Billy Cronin. Liam James Cullen. Cara Curran Beggs. Sean Patrick Curtis. Amy Dennis. Eve Dignam. Robert Donnelly. Caitlin Farrell Hart. Oisin Haid. Emma Marie Hayes. Ella Heffron. Alicia Jackson. Nicole Keane. Ciara Keegan. Selena Kelly. Jade Ali Kennedy. Thomas Kinahan. Niamh Larkin. Cian Maguire. Megan Maher. Lorna McCormack. Niamh Montague. Leah O'Connor. Gwen Prizeman. Cian Rogers. Ellen Siren. And Emily Walsh. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Religious Education and Music. Rebecca Bannett. Aoife Butler. Anna Curley. Jamie Doherty. Niamh Douglas. Cathal Flanagan. Aisling Harley. Dervla Leahy. Keela McHale. Aaron Murray, Lee McCormack, Kiva McGuinness, Sarah Moore, Daria Jane Moran, Cochlan Nolan, and Megan O'Connor. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Education and Training. Sophia Backer, Hannah Brady, Katie Campbell, Caitlin Conlon, Megan Coyle, Hannah Darcy, Zoe Ennis, Aaron Etherson, Connor Fitzpatrick, Aisling Flood, Kaylee Flood, Andrea Forrester, Jessica Harney, Colleen Jones, Saul Keane, Nifa Lenihan Blackwell, Michaela Linden, Verva Lopez, Holly Martin, Aisling Moroney, Ciamh Ógni Donal, Owen O'Connor, Daisy O'Sullivan, Amy Peppard, Tia Rooney Butler, Adam John Shaw, Onisa Smith, Leah Denise Tyrrell Smith, Neve White, President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Education. Stacey Bennett. Ruth Collins. Jennifer Cusack. Claire Finnegan. Siobhan Gallagher. Patricia Graham. Helen Keenan. Michelle Lamb. Yvonne Maroney. Amy O'Brien. Laura Smith. And Claire Thornton. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Chaplaincy Studies and Pastoral Work, Joseph Keena. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Chaplaincy Studies and Pastoral Work. Jennifer Chimganda. Aoife Connolly. Augustine Desmenu. Raeltine Gagan. Gillian Hick. Brian Hickey. Lisa Luby Hart. Lindsay Margaret McGoran. Rory Myler. Mary O'Grady. Louise Reedy. Jennifer Swan. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Guidance Counselling. William Corrigan. Fiona Cullen. Aoife Murphy. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Guidance Counselling. Enda Carr. Ethna Daly, Stacey Finn, Wayne Graham, Tracy Martin, Donica McKenna, Jean McQuillan, Martina Mulhall, Pádraig Ó Hengasa, Gavin O'Donnell, Ken O'Hara, Jennifer Ryan, Eamon Todd, Laura Vaughan, Alison Walsh. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Professional Master of Education. Kieran Bulger. Carla Boyle Desh. Nicole Brady. Jessica Bray. Emma Byrne. Leila Byrne. Rebecca Byrne. Hugh Caffrey. Dara Cahill. Ryan Carey. Neil Chambers. Katie Chance. Sarah Clare. Jade Clark. Leah Clark. Ben Cleary. Joanne Comerford. Anne Kneff. Colm Connolly. Ashlyn Connor. Alan Connor. Karen Cowman. Clodagh Curran. Joseph Curran. Ella Dawson. Barbara Dorenda. Katrina Devlin. Ciara Dodd. Ciara Doherty. Sorcha Dolan. Frances Doyle. And we give that group a huge round of applause. Ryan Dunn. Ben Farrell. Rachel Farrell. Lorraine Farrelly. Darren Fay. Dylan Finnegan. Fanula Flaherty. Conor Friel. Shona Gallagher. Liam Cochran. Sarah Gagan. Fiona Gillespie. Ali Gleeson. Aaron Gorman. Jenny Grace. Caitlin Green. Adam Hallion. Ellen Hanley. Niall Hayden. Niamh Hennessy. Dara Hewitt. Killian Hickey. Leisha Higgins. Taylor Higgins. Roisin Hodgins. Sarah Holohan. Cormac Horan. Sarah Horan. Jennifer Hughes. Nisha John. Orla Kavanagh. Curtis Kearns. Sinead Kearns. Shane Keogh. Orla Kelly. Tig Kirk Callahan. Sergius Napic. Donal Landy. Cian Larkin. Aoife Loughnane. And we give that group a round of applause. Diana Andrea Lucacci. Joanne Lundberg. Jake Madden. Jasmine Marr. Leah Marr. Ross Marley. Christopher Marin. Benitha Matthew. Aoife McCardle. Dwayne McCaffrey. Natalia McCarthy. Dylan McEnany. Claire McGarry. Amy Patricia McGovern. Des McGovern. Alan McGrath. Emma McKenna. Josephine McLaughlin. Emily Bryn Mitchell. John Maloney. Michael Monaghan. Chloe Morrissey. Luke Mullins. Adam Murphy. Connor Murphy. Shane Murphy. Adelaide Murphy Cullen. Tara Murray. Ben Newman. Tara Noon. Martin O'Donoghue. Daniel O'Brien. Emma O'Brien Flaherty. Emily O'Callaghan. Shari Sinead O'Dea. Ciara O'Doherty. Leanne O'Neill. Megan O'Reilly. Emily O'Sullivan. Jake Patterson. Katie Phelan. Aoife Pearce. And we'll break for a round of applause for that group. Zoe Pollard. Owen Quill. Orla Quinn. Matthew Rice. Bradley Rochford. Orla Sadlier. Lisa Shackleton. Letitia Sheridan. Rupinder Singh. Eve Smith. Sinead Smith. Sophie Smith. Chloe Stanley. Owen Stringer. Jackie Suganaga. Emer Thomas. Rihanna Mary Ty Malone. Patrick Tobin. And Cleana Walsh.
As graduates, it is appropriate that I now introduce you to our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good morning to all our graduates, parents, family members, and friends. Today is a special day for our graduates because some have joined the alumni community for the first time, and others who have graduated previously are reinforcing their connection with the alumni community. In each case, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Your community has over 110,000 fellow graduates who will provide a support network for life across many different career sectors located all over the world. Our promise is to provide a mutually supportive relationship with you from now, throughout your career, and into retirement, where you can avail of many engagement opportunities depending on your stage in life. In today's convocation booklet, you will see a QR code on the final pages. By scanning this in the coming days, you can update your details to ensure we can keep you up to date with all the latest news and opportunities here at DCU. Now, it is time to hear from members of our global alumni community, who, like you, crossed this very stage and who remain connected to the university through many different volunteering opportunities. We hope that you will too. Keep in touch.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community.
Led by fellow graduates.
With a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters.
Shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Tori Uchterán Ollscoil Chara Bhaile Clia an Talamh Dara Ahisk Anish. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It's very impressive when I look out to see so many educators and teachers all gathered together in the same room. It's really impressive. I had difficulty getting our young fella out of bed this morning to get him to go to school. And he told me from under the duvet that he had six free classes today. His basketball game was cancelled even. And I said to him, how many of them are, which ones are graduating from DCU? He says, and he shouts out, the good ones. So you know what category you belong to there. I'd just like to reiterate the Chancellor's kind of warm welcome to everybody, to the members of the governing authority who are in the front row there. And particularly this is an opportunity for me to suck up to the President and the Vice President of the Students' Union, to Carl and Aoife, that they're the two, give them a wave, they're the two that we have to keep on side. So I'd like to welcome then all the staff, of course, behind us, our kind of alumni council who are gathered here as well, to yourselves, our distinguished guests, but most importantly to our graduates, that you're the cause of this celebration this afternoon and this morning. And in some ways, graduations for us are a bit like a birthday party. It's an opportunity really to celebrate ourselves, to celebrate the purpose of the university, which is, of course, the education and the development of our students. It's fantastic. It's lovely to be here kind of in the Helix as well. This is a special place for us. About 500,000 visitors a year come here, and it's a symbol of our openness to the world and our engagement. I know that many of you will have been here when it was turned into the country's first mass vaccination centre, which is a reminder really of the turmoil that many of our students and the rest of us suffered in the last number of years. Just kind of curious, how many of you were vaccinated here? Yeah, all the over 70s. But it's great that you found it, that you got to the Helix, the rest of you. Richard Chambers, who's a graduate, has that book called The State of Emergency that looks at the history of the pandemic in Ireland. And he has a great story in it about a meeting of the HSE and their advisors. And somebody says, we'll establish the first mass vaccination centre in the Helix in DCU. And one of the Southside GPs piped up. They says, "Oh, none of our patients will find it. You know, none of our patients will find it." And some very clever civil servant in the department says, "No, just tell them." He says, "It's between IKEA and the airport." Okay. It's a bit like rugby games in Croke Park when it becomes like a treasure trail and kind of feeds Ross O'Carroll Kelly for about 3 weeks. But the thoughts of people navigating across the Liffey. But listen, that's enough of that. It's great for us to be here. It's really emotional. That poor man up there who gave his only daughter to the teaching profession. I think that he captured the excitement of today and the gratitude. Give us a big shout out again from the back. Go on. So the path to graduation is never straight, and life gets in the way. And leaving the pandemic aside, I know that personally things at home, maybe for the graduates as well, kind of children arrived, relationships, things change, circumstances change, health and so on. For many of you, even people who found the course maybe harder than you thought and had to persevere, many of you are here in kind of difficult financial circumstances as well. All of that is complicated. So when you see people graduating, you kind of assume that things were simple for them or that they got there almost by magic. You know, filled out the form, you get the parchment and hey presto. It's not like that at all. So today is really special, but the good news is that all of you got here, some of you against the odds, but you're all here. And I know that typically you like to be very demure, very mindful, but just abandon all that kind of cutesy constraint and give yourselves a massive round of applause. Look at that. I tell you, I'll have to ask their advice later, but I think you're probably the most self-satisfied group that have ever graduated. But you're, and rightly so, as the Chancellor says, you're, what's the line? You're worth it. You're worth it, okay? You're worth it. So listen, the other thing, of course, is that I think it's important that we recognize this, that you wouldn't have got here on your own steam, that you're not here simply on your own kind of talent or volition, but you're here because of all those who supported you and who got you here, what we call the backroom team. So I'm talking about your parents, your guardians, your partners, your families, your friends. They're the people who backed you up. They're the people who listened to you, who kind of read over your lesson plans, who maybe laminated stuff for you. They're the people who loved you, more importantly. And of course, they're the people who revoluted you. So today is their day. So can you do even better for them and lift the roof of the Helix? That's really fantastic, and that confirms my thoughts always about DCU graduates, that you're both lovable and loving. So congratulations. And I'm very conscious too that for several families today and people I met on the way in, that today is tinged with a certain sadness. So we just pause for a moment and we'll remember absent friends who aren't with us today. Today is also a chance for me as the President and for yourselves to thank the staff of the university, the academic staff who are here behind me in all their finery. I hope they're not making faces, but they're here behind in all their finery. But not just our wonderful academics, but our professional staff as well, people who've supported you in student support and development in the library in so many ways, who've guided you to today. And also the people who are putting this party together for us. I know that there are ice and cupcakes as we speak, and the only thing between you and the cupcakes is me, so I'll keep this moving. So I'd like to thank as well, so our staff, the events team, registry, alumni, estates, the Helix volunteers, and all who have worked to bring you to this occasion. So we give them a big round of applause. So we're also very proud of staff members who have graduated this afternoon, or this morning, and in a special way I'd like to thank Aoife Butler, who is Vice President of the Union and Students' Union Sabbatical Officer, who graduated with the Bachelor of Religious Education and Music. So congratulations to Aoife. The Chancellor at the outset set out some of the successes of the university in the past year and instructed me to boast about how well things are going. It is great that we have risen in the Times Higher World Rankings. So those are global, literally the world, and we've risen to about 350 in the world, which is extraordinary for a young university. And again, of the young universities in the world, the Times Higher have a separate ranking. And in that, of all the young universities, we're ranked number 59 in the world, which is wonderful. But guess where we're ranked in Ireland of the young universities? Numero 1. Exactly, I like that. Numero 1. And the other interesting one is that there's a global student satisfaction ranking that looks at universities under different headings. And we were kind of shortlisted in one. It's that looked at the career development of our students. And that takes into account things like teaching placement, which is kind of hugely important. And in that global ranking, again, guess where we came in the world? Number 1. And in that we beat MIT, who came in second place. Could you imagine the sick heads in MIT after that? Whatever about Mary Immaculate, but MIT. And what's really interesting about that, and I'd say that to ourselves as educators, and especially to this purring crowd sitting behind me here. When we were merging, when the university was merging with the colleges of education, critics outside would say, well, why are you doing this? And one of the things that they said was that education would drag the university down. And it's really interesting because a lot of universities kind of move away from teacher education. DCU is the only university in Ireland that has a full faculty of education. Imagine in Ireland, and many of the research-intensive universities don't, who are in the rankings. But the important point here is that yes, we merged. Yes, we have uniquely have a faculty, but have our rankings gone down? No, they're much higher than they were at the same time. So the teachers and the educators have actually lifted us. So congratulations. And again, I think that that's an illustration of the importance of doing the right thing at every case. So of all of that, that's only the boasting. I'm going to stop boasting now, kind of move on a bit. We can boast about all of that, and all that stuff is fine. It just comes and goes. You just take it. If it's coming our way, we'll take it. But the thing that we're actually proudest of is our graduates, and particularly yourselves. We are absolutely convinced at DCU that nothing is more important to the welfare of a nation than the education of its people. And you can be very proud today to be graduates of the DCU Institute of Education, which makes a massive contribution to the state and the welfare of the state. We're constantly evolving our programs, and some of the new programs, again, that have come online this year will, again, not only answer needs, but anticipate needs in society. Next September, for instance, we'll take on our new intake of a brand new degree, which is a B.Ed in Home Economics and Technology. So the first of its kind, answering a real need in society. In terms of special needs too, and different groups, we have 4 full-time PhD scholarships this year, supported by generous gifts of individuals who want us to kind of research on autism education in post-primary schools. Again, the Bank of Ireland and Accenture have supported us again on a study looking at the challenges of neurodiverse people in the workplace. All of this is really important. 50 people have committed themselves, 50 people have committed themselves to doctorates in education in the faculty this year. And our colleagues as well supported the creation of the state's new literacy and numeracy strategy, which was launched earlier this year. So people are doing it, like our people are really doing it and taking on the challenges, people like yourselves. And that's why, as I say, that we're really proud of yourselves, our graduates, and the impact that you make. And we say that the mission of DCU is to transform lives and societies. That's what we do. But it doesn't just happen here in the lectures or in the labs or in in the library or on the playing fields. But it really happens over the long term. It happens in the impact that you will make in classrooms or education settings across Ireland. Some of you may be there for 40 years, could you imagine? But just think about the impact that you will make across your career. Think about the people that you will change every single day. And that's awesome, really awesome. And it's awesome, as the Americans would say, in the mighty sense, but it's also awesome in the challenge it presents to you and why you need to continue to develop yourself to prepare for that career. And I like to think, as I say, that our graduates are lovable and loving, that you're rounded and grounded. And certainly the feedback that we get is that our graduates and yourself, that you're self-starters, you're self-aware and devoid of entitlement. And I think there's no place in the vocabulary of a DCU graduate for entitlement. So let's banish that now. And instead, can we remain kind of curious, ambitious, kind of hungry, anxious to do better for the people that we work with. So your parchment today is important to you, but I think more important than your resume will always be your reputation. It's about what people will say about you as an educator. It's about what people will say about your character. And that matters more than ever. Because every day, it's almost as if in COVID, we were kind of praying for the return of the new normal, but we never got back to normal. And the post-COVID world has been more turbulent than ever. We had the war in Ukraine, and we had the war kind of in the Middle East. If we look at our devices or wherever we find our news every day, we can see that Gaza has been literally reduced to a hell on earth for the poor people suffering there. And that violence has spread into the Lebanon, and it now threatens the whole region. So it's important for us as a university to reiterate our call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and the wider region, and the immediate release of hostages there. And climate change too has reduced the earth to a tinderbox with really appalling consequences. Famine is now widespread in the world, and 10% of the world's population will go to bed hungry tonight, 10%. And millions have been forced to flee their homes in search of life and food and happiness for themselves. And all across the so-called developed world, societies are becoming polarized by a corrosive political discourse. And that kind of poisonous debate not only sets up divisions in society, but celebrates them. That's the cruel part, celebrates them. It demonizes people that are different from us. And that is corrosive. The worst part of it, of course, is that Ireland is not immune from this poison, and that we have seen the bitter consequences of that here in the island of saints and scholars in the last 12 months. And schools too have been victim of this corrosion. Education has become an increasingly contested space. And in the States and other places, we've seen what they call culture wars about the content of education. And even here in Ireland, you will find increasing pressure to restrict what you teach in your classroom, how you teach in your setting. And for us too, as a university, there's a kind of a vocal element in society that would seek to restrict what we teach and how we prepare teachers to flourish and to prepare children in an increasingly complex world. Our promise here is that we will continue to prepare teachers to the very highest standards, teachers to teach the national curriculum, and teachers, of course, who will teach appropriate to the age of the children and through the ethos of the schools. That is our promise, because nothing is more important than the appropriate preparation of young people for the future. And the world has never needed graduates like yourselves, people who are brave, people who are values driven, people with attitude and skills to change, literally change the world. And there is a problem if you rehearse the challenges like war or famine or global warming or populism. There is a challenge that we can kind of retreat and go back into our shell and hide behind the worst temptations of all: complacency on the one hand and despondency on the other. There's a challenge that we say, well, the challenges of the world are too big. They're too big. They can't be solved. Been despondent, or on the other hand, complacent. What can I do about it in my classroom or in my education setting? But the point is that as teachers or as educators, you are the ones that will make a difference. And just as the challenges of the world are man-made, they will be solved by humanity as well. So I don't think that the problems of the world will be solved by the great leaders like Mandela or Greta Thunberg or prophets. They'll be solved by ordinary people like us, and particularly by yourselves, about how you shape the future. And as educators, you have an immense influence on the people in your care and a responsibility. You can form them and form the future as a result. Now, the real point here is that that's not just going to happen sitting at your desk, looking at your apple and waiting until the bell goes. It's not going to happen that way. You need to take charge. You need to kind of step up. You need to demonstrate leadership. And the key thing is to lead where you are, not to wait till you get promoted, till you get an A post or a B post or an assistant principalship or whatever, or the deputy principal, best job in Irish education. It's not like that. It won't happen. You need to step up. You need to display leadership wherever you find yourself. And it's about yourselves plunging yourselves into new situation. It's about volunteering. It's about interacting with different types of people. And congratulations to those who've engaged in their own continuing professional development. It's about experiencing the unfamiliar, stretching yourselves. And again, I think within the teaching profession, traditionally, we've had a wonderful tradition of civic engagement, whether it's in sport or community, groups like the Vincent de Paul, the teachers' unions, management bodies, volunteering with the NCCA. The numbers have gone for politics. We've had Taoiseachs and TDs who sat like you before us. And we need more of this. And remember, as I say, that leadership is an attitude. It's not an office. And John Dewey, my friend, the great American kind of philosopher of education, famously said that education is not a preparation for life. Education is about life itself. So folks, when you go back to your classroom, kind of be the change. Set the values and the norms within your classroom that you want to see in society more broadly. Model in your classroom or educational context the kind of world that we want to see. Create an environment that anticipates the world as it should be and as it can be. You are amongst the brightest and the best. It's not an accident that the DCU GAA team is called Docus Éireann. Éireann's hope. You are Éireann's hope. Nothing is more important to the welfare of a nation than the education of its people. So folks, never settle, never ever settle, and go out and build the world as it should be. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession. And when this begins, I would ask those of you who can to stand and to remain standing until it has left. Sin deire le seirmeantas cógarm na hOllscoile seo. Tá míid buíochtaíomh as uchtúir bheithí láthair linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you for being with us, and I hope you will all now join the academics and graduates for refreshments and enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Good afternoon. Accordia. Bawalum son Hulskala, Falcha a Rove Galer. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Geraldine French, and along with my colleague, Dr. Frances Murphy, we are the Masters of Ceremonies. And on behalf of the university, we would like to welcome you all to today's important convocation of Dublin City University, which you'll be glad to know is about to begin. So today's convocation booklet shows the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope that you'll take the booklet with you as a souvenir of what is an important and enjoyable occasion for the graduates, their guests, and indeed the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of every single graduate of the university. We do realize, however, that if you were to applaud every single person, that would be very tiring and would take a long time. So what we suggest is that instead we'll pause after intervals. In the unlikely event that an emergency evacuation of the building is required, I'd ask you just to please note the emergency exits nearest you, bearing in mind that some of them may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and comply with the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the helix. So I would ask you all now to check that your mobile phones are switched off. And while we know that everybody wants to take a photograph of the big moment, please do stay seated and not block the aisles. We really hope that you enjoy our event today, and I would be grateful if those of you who can, please rise now for the DCU anthem, accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Sean Dunn.
A Chancellor, Uachtaráin, Scalóirí na Hallscoile, a chéimethe is the Chorda go léir. Chuig an ggóchorm seo chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna Ollscoil Carthabhala Chlia Brunna. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all this afternoon to the convocation of degrees and awards by Dublin City University. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory to grant academic awards, and these are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. The ceremony today has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of his or her programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduates here at DCU, where we hope you've had some fun and made good friends, at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, bhuailm na daoine eile an seo chuir mhór láthair. I'd like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear of the stage are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of our governing authority. To the front are Bríd Horan, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Philomena McMurrow, Director of Registry. On your left are Executive Deans of the faculties of the University or their representatives, and the Dean of Teaching and Learning. To your right are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. Today, we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught programmes from the DCU Institute of Education. Tá Sarmanish Bríd Horan, Chancellor na Hallscoile, agus Cathaoirleach Cristicanas na Hallscoile chur an aithne díobh. I have great pleasure introducing to you Bríd Horan, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of our Governing Authority. Good afternoon, everyone. Didn't we organise great weather? People outside were thanking me for the weather. I only wish. Uachtaráin na Hallscoile, a chomhlachtaithe agus a Chorda go léir. Harceann údarás ceannis Ollscoil Carthabhala Chlia bhuailm buíochas a gháil libh as feling don ócáid speisialta seo. President, colleagues and graduates, on behalf of the Governing Authority, welcome to the Helix on this really special occasion. And of course, I'd like to extend a particularly warm welcome to our graduates' guests. People in the expensive front row, people up in the gods, hello up there, I hope you don't suffer from altitude sickness. And apologies to the people, or maybe you're the lucky ones, you don't have to look at my face. But these guests, these family and friends, these are the people who supported you, our graduates, on your remarkable journey to today. And speaking of supporters, I probably should share that I had some help preparing my speech. My husband, John, is my greatest supporter in many ways, and he's also quite a good editor, even if he is a bit critical at times. What husband isn't? But some things need to be said, so my speech is not as short as he might like it to be. One of the things that I do need to say is that it's a great honour for me to stand here alongside the passionate and dedicated leaders of DCU, the people on this stage, together with the broader DCU community, the academic and professional staff and all of the support staff who work so hard to support our students and who strive to make their time at DCU both enriching and enjoyable. So I hope you all share my gratitude to everyone in DCU for creating an innovative and inclusive learning environment where everyone has the opportunity to flourish regardless of background or challenges. This commitment and the university leadership have made DCU a beacon of excellence in higher education, not just in Ireland, but on the world stage. And on that note, I'm delighted to share that DCU was recently ranked among the world's top 400 universities in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. And when I mention that there are over 10,000 universities in the world, the top 400 is a really great result. And this month as well, our newest building comes into use. You probably noticed it as you came in Collins Avenue entrance on your right. Very handsome and very modern building. It's called the Polaris Building, and it will accommodate over 3,000 STEM students. That's science, technology, engineering, and maths, as well as DCU's School of Health and Human Performance. So Polaris, it's a great name, the North Star. But I just want to share, if any of you are feeling very wealthy, either personally or through your company, we are open to offers for a different name. How cool would that be? Your name or your company name on that lovely building facing out onto Collins Avenue? I'm just saying, we're here. But seriously, those are just some of the achievements of the university this year. And congratulations are due to the many people who made all of that possible. And particularly to our president, Professor Dara Keogh. You'll be hearing from Dara later on, and I'm confident that he'll mention not just these, but some other great achievements by the university, as I said, in the last year. So the graduation ceremony can feel a bit formal, certainly in today's casual times. The academic procession, the anthem, the gowns, give you a good look. So it is quite formal. But it's important. Those formalities mark the significance of this occasion. Graduation Day is, of necessity, a blend of this formality, but it's also all about celebrating. A day when we all recognize and honor your hard work and achievements. And we're privileged to share that celebration, and we're proud of every one of you. So it's a memorable day for you, and as I thought about that, I wondered what other memorable occasions, important occasions, are marked this week in history. And I was particularly struck when I did a little bit of research that this week marks the 79th anniversary of the coming into being officially of the United Nations. Given the turmoil and suffering that we're witnessing in so many parts of the world, and of course we hear most of the Middle East and Ukraine, but there's turmoil and unease and suffering in so many parts of the world. So thinking about the formation of the UN, I think, is a timely reminder of the fragility of world peace and also of peace in any region and of the importance of international cooperation. And thinking about current challenges, I might move more locally for a moment. I'm guessing most of you have heard by now that there's going to be an election before the end of the year. Have you all heard? Finally, we kind of have pretty good certainty about the date. So I'm going to risk going a little bit political now for a moment I won't dwell on it, but I do want to ask each of you, as you're courted for your vote over the coming weeks, to remember the importance of investing in one vital aspect of our national infrastructure, and that is our higher education system. Investing in higher education is not just an investment in our young people, but in our society and our economy. And we hear all the time about the challenges at other levels of education, and those are really important, don't get me wrong. But if we don't invest in our higher education system, all of our education system will be under pressure. So it is a really important aspect, not to mention our health services and other aspects of society. So we do welcome the commitments made in the recent budget, but in spite of those, the whole system remains really stressed financially. So if you get the opportunity, do please mention the need for funding for higher education. And by the way, in an event in the last year or so, a leading politician, when asked why the funding of higher education wasn't being addressed, he very honestly said, it's never mentioned on the doorsteps, which is kind of disheartening, but also worth reminding ourselves that we can mention it whenever we meet a politician. So when I was looking back at the memorable events around the world, I also found that this Friday marks World Pasta Day. Now, the educators among you, and I know there are many here graduating today, will appreciate you should never come to DCU and not go away knowing something new. So that's your takeaway for today. Friday is World Pasta Day. In 1998, the very grandly titled World Pasta Congress came up with the idea of having World Pasta Day. Now, in 1998, I don't think there was as much pasta on Irish shopping lists as there is today. But whatever other notable days are being marked this week, today is your graduation day, a day to celebrate, as I said, and like a great pasta dish, savor every moment, sit back, relax, and enjoy. To get here, to this special day, you overcame many challenges, your own individual challenges. And then along came COVID-19, just to make sure you were paying attention. There was unprecedented upheaval and complexity in every aspect of life, and particularly as it affected learning and teaching. And our students and our staff coped so well and showed such remarkable strength and adaptability that we came through successfully. So well done to all of you. So today marks a bit of a new chapter for each of you, the opening of a new chapter. And I've no doubt that that new chapter will be really exciting. I certainly have no doubt that you will make a great impact. And when I think about the hundreds of faces that I can see here in front of me and the thousands of students that you will teach over your working lifetime, I'm in awe actually of the impact that you guys can make. So as well as graduating, or as part of graduating, you join the DCU alumni. And as such, you continue to have a duty to live up to DCU's mission, which is to transform lives and societies. It's a big ask, but as I said, you're going to impact so many lives in your teaching and professional lives that you will certainly make a huge impact. So no pressure, but we expect great things from you. As well as all that, do cherish and nurture the friendships and connections that you've made at DCU. That DCU community will always be there to support you. As I said, today marks the culmination of your hard work, so do celebrate yourself. Embrace the future with confidence. Believe in yourself. You're well equipped to succeed. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Chancellor. Candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will now be presented to the President by the Executive Dean, Professor Anne Looney.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education. And I also present candidates who have successfully completed the Supplementary Award of Certificate in Religious Studies. Claire Allen. Andrew Arnott. Ciara Banville. Claire Barrett. Joseph Barrett. Molly Barrett. Muireann Beattie. Emmett Bellew. Rachel Bentley. Aoibhinn Bhreathnach. Aoife Blackweir. Olivia Boland. Sarah Helen Bonner. Sophie Boxwell. Sarah Bradley. Ellen Brady. Molly Brady. Gary Patrick Breslin. Amy Brown. Saoirse Brown. Naomi Browner. Lucy Buckley. Emily Burns. Jamie Burns. Jessica Bushell. Emma Butler. Kerry Christina Butler. Amy Butterly. Ellen Teresa Byrne. Emma Jane Byrne. Siofra Byrne. Eve Callan. Fiona Callanan. Grace Canning. Catherine Carolyn. Shona Carr. Isabel Carroll. Kieran Anthony Carthy. Ciara Chowdhury. Peace Chika Shakwara. Conal Clancy. Emma Clark. Laura Clark. Louise Clark. Leah Clarkin. Molly Clintz. Anna Clune. Shona Cody. Muireann Collins. Robert Collins. Robin Comerford. Niamh Conifrey. Kiana Connell. Laura Conroy. Alana Conway. Aaron Cook. Roisin Cooney. Leah Corbett. Louise Corcoran. Sive Corrigan. Gillian Costello. Alana Coughlin. Amy Cousins. Eve Cowdrey. Fiachra Coyle. Anya Craven. And we'll give that first group of students a round of applause. Estella Crean. Kate Crowley. Tara Crowley. Emily Cryan. Cathal James Cullen. Darren Cullen. Isabel Cullen. Megan Cullen. Niamh Cullen. Sive Cullinan. Caoimhe Cummins. Sean Curran. Michael Cush. Aoife Darcy. Alana Daly. Grania Daly. Tess Daly. Lauren Darcy. Robin Davis. Claire Dempsey. Sarah Emma Dempsey Ramar. Rachel Denner. Sophia Anne-Marie Di Stefano. Alana Dillon Baker. Kira Dixon. Sheena Doherty. Tara Doherty. Jessica Dunna. Maya Donnelly. Aisling Donoghue. Jodie Donoghue. Leah Donoghue. Laura Dooley. Liam Doran. Emma Dowling. Alison Downs. Cleana Doyle. Niamh Doyle. Ciara Drum Quill. Adam Duffy. Aoife Duffy. Clara Marie Duffy. Hazel Duggan. Orla Dunlea. Emma Dunn. Laura Durkin. Grace Ennis. Anna Fallon. Emma Fallon. Nessa Farley. Brenda Farron. Zoe Mary Fenlon. Chloe Fenton. Laura Ferry. Louise Featherston. Chloe Marie Fitzpatrick. And a bula bus now for that group of students. Lourdes Fitzpatrick. Nicole Fitzpatrick. Paige Fitzpatrick. Hayley Fitzsimons. Onisa Fitzsimons. Rebecca Fitzsimons. Kathy Flanagan. Orla Flanagan. Amy Fletcher. Holly Flood. Abby Flynn. Orla Ann Fogarty. Molly Ford. Sinead Forkin. Amy Fox. Niamh Gahan. Catherine Galbraith. Eve Gallagher. Brona Gallagher. Sinead Gallagher. Abby Gaynor. Sean Gagan. Georgia Gibbons Forte. Clodagh Gibson. Gwen Gleeson. Shannon Glynn. Kaylee Golden. Sarah Gordon. Roisin Gorey. Faye Gorman. Kevin Gormley. Anya Ashling Green. Ksenia Gregorvia. Thomas Guckian. Laura Hagan. Oisin Hallahan. Rebecca Hanna. Emily Hannafin. Zoe Harper. Hannah Harahy. Katie Harahy. Muireann Harrigan. Chloe Harrison. Molly Healy. Gerard Heenahan. Rachel Heenahan. Tara Hetherington. Amanda Elizabeth Ida Hewson. Sarah Hickey. Siobhan Hoare. Amy Hoffman. Annalise Hogan. Ciara Hogan. Alana Holland. And a round of applause for that group. Alice Marie Houston. Michaela Howell. Niamh Humphreys. Zara Hunt. Anya Hunter. Lavina Highland Kinsella. Clodagh Hines. Rachel Jackson. Emer Emily Jevons. Eleanor Ellie Jevons. Bonnie Johnston. Katie Jordan. Kinga Kalinowska. Tessa Kane. Leah Kavanagh. Sarah Elizabeth Kavanagh. Isabel Rose Kavanagh Dunphy. Aisling Keane. Roisin Carney. Siobhan Carney. Rebecca Key. Karen Keegan. Ciara Kelleher. Leah Kells. Aidan Kelly. Bredeen Kelly. Quiva Kelly. Megan Kelly. Nicole Kelly. Ria Kelly. Ellen Keyes, Michael Gerard Kiernan, Emma King, Kevin Kinsella, Tom Kinsella, Shauna Laheen, Connor Larkin, Darcy Lawler, Katja Anna Lawler, Richard Lawler, Aoife Levy, Michael Lenihan, Freya Lennon, Niamh Lenan, Sarah Monica Lucy, Jennifer Lunny, Emily Lynch, Megan Lynch, Megan Kate Lynch, Rebecca Lister, Sean McRachton, Kate McHugh, Liam McNamara, Ayla McTighe, Hannah Madden, Aoife Maguire. And a round of applause for that group of students. Emily Kate Maguire. Keely Marr. Grace Mahan. Charlene Sophie Martin. Elvie Angela McAdoo. Faye McArdle. Kerry-Ann McArdle. Jodie McAvenue. Aina McCafferty. Deirdre McCarthy. Niamh McCarthy. Megan McCluskey. Shannon McCormick. Sinead McCoy. Sophie McCrory. Amy McCullough. Caelan McDermott. Emily McDermott. Ryan McDonnell. Sophie McAvoy. Colleen McGee. Aoife McGrath. Katie McGrath. Hannah McGroarty Barry. Caoimhe McGuinness. Aaron Patrick McHale. Leah McHugh. Tara McKeown. Hazel McLaughlin. Rebecca McMenamin. Alva McManus. Adam McNally. Ryan McShane. Caoimhe Therese McSorley. Caoimhe McTighe. Leah Malia. Marika Amelia. Shauna Amelia. Taig Miley. Onisa Mimna. Paige Mitchell. Louise Moffat. Ava Malloy. Annie Mooney. James Mooney. Sophia Moore. Anna Moorhead. Rebecca Moran. Sarah Morgan. Aisling Murphy. Caoimhe Murphy. Caoimhe Murphy. Fionn Murphy. Holly Murphy. Katie Murphy. Kaylee Murphy. And a round of applause for that group. Rebecca Murphy. Shanika Murphy Shevlin. Aoife Murray. Keith Murray. Shona Murray. Zara Murray Carney. Tara Needham. Nicole Neelan. Rose Norton. Hannah O'Brien. Oisin Shane O'Byrne. Jamie O'Doherty. Muireann O'Carroll. Amy O'Connell. Owen Colm O'Connor. Miles O'Connor. Katie O'Donnell. Claire O'Farrell. Ciarán O'Hagan. Dara O'Hanlon. Emma O'Hara. Emma O'Keeney. Jennifer O'Leary. Siobhan O'Leary. Joseph O'Malley. Dermot O'Neill. Garode O'Neill. Leah O'Rourke. Aideen O'Shea. Cian O'Sullivan. Maeve O'Sullivan. Patrick O'Toole. Sive O'Toole. Martin Parker. Ella Patton. Ellen Pearson. Katie Pollard. Emma Power. John James Power. Maeve Quinn. Clive Quinn. Sophie Ray. Deandra Redden. Faye Reddington. Cormac Regan. Patrick Michael Regan. Sean O'Reilly. Grace Reynolds. Dara Rice. Thomas Joseph Rice. Quiva Roach. Rhiannoch Rogers. Caitlin Rowe. And we'll have a round of applause for all that group. Sarah Rogers. Niamh Rooney. Ellen Russell. Teresa Russell. Amy Ryan. Aoife Ryan. Ellie Ryan. Owen Ryan. Emily Saunders. Leonie Scanlon. Cathal Shanahan. Ellen Shannon. Sinead Shannon. Alison Shaw. Alva Sheridan. Kathleen Shevlin. Maeve Sinnott. Lucy Skelly. Grania Smith. Laura Jane Smith. Anna Spratt. Roisin Stafford. Orla Sullivan. Cleona Sweeney. Sarah Sweeney, Killian Taff, Rebecca Thomas, Chloe Ticehurst, Laura Torley, Leah Joan Troy, Sive Tully, Sean Tully, Eve Wallace, Isabel Wallace, Anna Walsh, Aoife Walsh, Ciara Walsh, Caitlin Walsh, Orla Walzer, Amanda Ward, Mary Kate Weldon, Olivia Whelan, Niamh White, Alex Worth, and Claire Urell.
As graduates now, it's appropriate that I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good afternoon to all our graduates, parents, family members, and friends. Today is a special day for our graduates because some have joined the alumni community for the first time, and others who have graduated previously are reinforcing their connection with the alumni community. In each case, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Your community has over 110,000 fellow graduates who will provide a support network for life across many different career sectors located all over the world. Our promise is to provide a mutually supportive relationship with you from now, throughout your career, and into retirement, where you can avail of many engagement opportunities depending on your stage in life. In today's convocation booklet, you will see a QR code on the final pages. By scanning this in the coming days, you can update your details to ensure we can keep you up to date with all the latest news and opportunities here at DCU. Now, it is time to hear from members of our global alumni community who, like you, crossed this very stage and who remain connected to the university through many different volunteering opportunities. We hope that you will too. Keep in touch.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
a world of opportunity,
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience,
We have walked these same halls,
Danced on the same stage.
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators.
Industry leaders.
And professionals across continents.
And across countless disciplines and careers.
we are inventors,
Creators.
educators,
And storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation.
and help to transform society at home.
And abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
You are stepping into a community.
Your community.
Led by fellow graduates,
With a global network of support.
a community of friends,
colleagues,
And supporters.
Shaping the world around us.
we are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Turig Uachtarán an Scoil Carvala Clia and Tullav Dara Kyo a Éascanish. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Kyo, will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Lisa. It's a fantastic view from here, looking out at the helix and all the smiling faces, and 400 teachers, 400 teachers gathered together in one spot. I think the only time you'd ever see anything like that is maybe in Killarney on an Easter Monday morning for the start of the INTO Congress. And I was kind of looking out, I was just thinking about all the principals who were kind of scurrying looking for subs today to cover all those classrooms. And just as a matter of interest, how many of your grandparents are subbing today? Any of your grandparents subbing? No. On these occasions, it's always nice to see people coming through the door who are graduates, who are bringing their kind of children back to graduate today. And I remember one time asking a group of first years, how many of them were first generation, second or third or fourth. And one young lady came up to me afterwards and said that they were the fifth, imagine the fifth generation of teachers in her family, and the fifth generation to have been in PATS. And I was kind of thinking to myself two things: either it's a kind of hereditary profession or a genetic condition. But whatever it is, it's wonderful to see people coming back. They used to talk about the call to teaching, and I think that kind of expression is gone. But there is something definitely different, I think, about teaching as a profession and the importance of teaching. Teaching is, after all, the mother of all professions. And we're absolutely convinced here that nothing is more important to the welfare of a nation than the education of its young people. So it's really heartening to see kind of so many really kind of bright young people graduating today. And our graduations are special for us, because in some ways, the graduation day is an opportunity for us to celebrate the purpose of the university. It's like our birthday in that sense, that we celebrate what we do, and we celebrate the education and the success of our students. So it's really fantastic to see you here today. The Helix, of course, is a special place for us. It's a welcoming place. It's a symbol of the university's openness to society and engagement. Over 500,000 people visit the Helix every year, which is a phenomenal figure when you think about it. And I think one of the things that we've sometimes forgotten very quickly is the impact of COVID and the way in which it disrupted all our lives and the legacies of it. This place too was swung into action very quickly as the country's first mass vaccination centre. Just curious, how many of you were vaccinated here? All the over 70s. But it was impressive, that kind of quick turnaround. And Richard Chambers has that great book, The State of Emergency, where he actually studies the development of the pandemic in Ireland and the country's response. And he has a great section in it where somebody in the HSE or the task force comes up with the idea that they would turn the Helix into a mass vaccination centre. And one of the Southside GPs puts up his hand and he said, no, that wouldn't work. He says, our patients wouldn't be able to find their way to the helix. And somebody from the department, as quick as anything, comes back and says, oh, no, just tell them it's between IKEA and the airport. So I often think about Ross O'Carroll Kelly and the rugby games in Croke Park as if it was a kind of a treasure hunt for poor people from Rathgar and Rathmines to make their way over here. Today is a very emotional occasion for us. You can see the excitement on this side of the table as the students pass by, and the bright eyes and the broad smiles and the high heels as they levitate across the stage. Now I know that Paddy's mother up there Paddy's mother has already expressed her surprise that he graduated. I suppose my surprise is that it didn't come from this side of the counter. But it's always too easy to think of graduation as just natural progression. You know, you get your points, you end up in DCU doing education rather than someplace up the road or down the country, and you're here, and then you're just spirited from that day to walking across the table. But it's not like that. And we know, and you know, that life gets complicated. As I say, you had COVID, family circumstances, maybe health, all kinds of things complicated. So it's never a straight path. But whatever way you got here, the main point is that you did get here, that you're graduates now of DCU. So I know that instinctively that you're very demure, very mindful, but just to ask you please to abandon your cutesy self and I cracked myself up and give yourselves a massive round of applause. There's bottles of water falling down and breaking on the floor. I think I'm a health hazard. So I better get on with this. I better keep moving. Anyway, the other point I think today is that you think it's yourselves, I know, and you're certainly the most satisfied group I've seen in here for years. But the main point is that you wouldn't have graduated today on your own steam, that you graduated because of the help of others. And I'd just like to ask you now to really to think and thank all the people who helped you, your parents, your guardians, your partners, your friends, the people who listened to you, the people who kind of laminated your resources, your ashana, the ashana. They're the people who backed you up. They're the people who listened to you, loved you. They're the people who revoluted you to this point today. So in many ways today is about themselves, about them, your helpers. So do even better for them, please, and raise the roof. I'm conscious too that for many families and people that I met on the way in, that for several families here that today is tinged with a certain sadness. And we just kind of pause for a moment to think of people who should have been here but are absent today. Today is also an opportunity for me and on your behalf for you to thank our wonderful staff here, our colleagues behind us, the academic staff in the first instance who worked tirelessly for your success. But beyond that, we've got all the people who you may not know as personally, the professional staff, the librarians, the estates team, everybody who worked to get you here, and especially the people who made today special for us. And I know that there's some of them are still icing cupcakes outside as we speak. So can I ask you please to give all our team in the university a big round of applause. So I think as the Chancellor said at the outset, you can be very proud to be graduates of DCU and of the Institute of Education in particular. She began by, I suppose, rehearsing a whole load of achievements and accolades that we've secured in the last year. The Times Higher ranking, for instance, moving up. She said under 400. In fact, we're in the 350s in the world, which is fantastic. Again, in the Times Higher Young Universities of the world, number 59 in the world there. And of the young universities in Ireland, where would you say we rank? One, exactly, number one. And another one that we're particularly proud of, that there's a global kind of student satisfaction preparation kind of ranking. And there's a special category in that that looks at how universities prepare their students for their career. And in our instance, we're obviously talking about teaching practice, again, included in that. And again, of all the universities in the world, where would you say we came in that? Number one again. And the good news there is that we kind of beat MIT into kind of second place. So there's kind of sick heads in Boston on that one. This lady thought I said MIC. No, it's not Mary Immaculate. It's MIT. So as I say, that we take great kind of pride in those kind of things. But I think what really is important for us is the fact that DCU is unique for one reason of the Irish universities. We're the only university in Ireland that has a full faculty of education, prepares teachers in the scale that we do and the level of expertise. That's really, really important. And a lot of those other universities in the rankings actually moved away from teacher education, but we decided to move towards it and embrace it when we merged with colleges of education, the Church of Ireland College, I see Anne here, St. Patrick's College, and Mater Dei nearly 10 years ago. And there was all kinds of chat, people saying, why are you doing this? And some of the smaller colleges didn't think we should do it. Some people said that our rankings would suffer as a result. But the contrary has been the case, that our rankings have actually improved. And we are convinced that the university is better because we have a faculty of education. So I'm not saying that you made those rankings, but they are happening. So when you go out there, don't destroy our reputation, okay? So well done there. So as I said at the outset, nothing is more important to us than people, than a nation, than the education of its people. And we are committed to that. And all the time, the Institute tries to, I suppose, improve our offering in terms of new programs, develop the teaching profession in terms of professional development. And I hope that many of you will come back right up to kind of doctoral level and special education in particular. And the new national kind of literacy and numeracy strategy, for instance, 40 of our colleagues in the Institute contributed to that. It's an indication of the way in which the resources of the Institute develop the state. Our mission, as the Chancellor said, is to transform lives and societies. And we do that not necessarily or exclusively here in college or on campus, in the lecture theatre, in the labs or on the playing fields, but we do it really through yourselves, through the kind of wonderful graduates that we send out, and through their lives to transform societies. The Chancellor spoke about the immense influence for good that each of you will have. I don't want to frighten you by the thoughts of a 40-year career, but just think of all the young people that you will shape over those kind of 40 years. I know when you're sitting there, you think, Jesus, 40 years is kind of way out there, and you think you're going to change the world immediately. Believe me, it comes really quickly. And you go from wanting to change the world to kind of wondering about Tesco substitutions in your delivery. Life moves kind of fast, believe me. It moves quickly. So don't waste a minute of it. And DCU graduates, and I like to think, are people who are rounded and grounded. They're people who are lovable and loving. And that loving transfers itself into take that as not an end in itself. The hundreds of points you got to get here, how hard you worked for the 4 years, performing at teaching placement, all of those things. But don't settle, like please don't settle, because the world needs the very, very best teachers. And when COVID was ending, and we thought it'd be over in a fortnight, a bit like we laugh at the First World War, it'd be over by Christmas. We thought that COVID would be over and we'd get to the new normal. But there has been no new normal, and every day becomes more complicated. We've had the war, we've had the war in Ukraine, for instance, and then the war in the Middle East. And if we look at the phones, or we look wherever we see our news, we can see that in Gaza, Gaza has been literally reduced to hell on earth. And that violence is now spreading to Lebanon, threatening the whole region. In that context, we must reiterate our call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and the wider region, and the immediate release of hostages. Please God, that will happen. In addition to that, we can see the challenge of climate change, that our world, our common home, has been literally reduced to a tinderbox with appalling consequences. And famine is widespread as a result. 10% of the world's population will go to bed hungry tonight, which is a frightening stat. And millions have been forced to leave their homes. And I suppose the consequences of that too, that even across the so-called developed world, societies are being polarized by a corrosive political discourse. It's not only a discourse or a way of behaving that separates divisions, but actually celebrates divisions and demonizes people who are not like us. And of course, you can look again and think that's only on the far side of the Atlantic, or that's only in Europe. But Ireland is not immune from that either. And that corrosive discourse has crept into education. And education and teaching has become a contested space. And the culture wars that we see abroad will be present in Ireland before long too, believe me. And you will find a small minority trying to control what you teach in your classroom and how we teach here in the university. So all of this, I say, is simply to illustrate the fact that the world needs graduates like yourselves, brave teachers, values-driven teachers with the right attitude, the skills, the creativity, the flexibility, the innovation, the critical thinking, who will address the challenges of the world. And there is a real danger for all of us that faced with this, we can kind of slip back into our shell and retreat from reality, or that we can adopt those two really dangerous attitudes: complacency on the one hand and despondency on the other. The sense that, well, the world is too big for me, I can't deal with it. Or despondency that is too big, these problems can't be solved. But they can be solved because they're man-made problems, and they will be solved by the response of humanity. And it's not the big heroes like the Nelson Mandelas or the Greta Thunbergs or the Daniel O'Connells who will make the difference. It's people like you and like me, but especially educators like yourselves, because never underestimate the enormous influence that you have to change the world and to build the world around you. What you're involved in really is formation, not just the formation of the child, but the formation of society and their values. As a teacher, you're king or queen of that domain, and you can shape in the classroom the kind of values that we want to see in the world, the behaviors that are not only acceptable, but that we hope to see. And there's a great tradition in teaching in Ireland, and one that I don't know is as strong as it was in the past, of teachers stepping up to lead, of teachers volunteering in civic leadership, whether it's in community groups like the GAA or the Vincent de Paul, whether it's in your unions like the INTO or management bodies, or volunteering with the NCCA or in politics. And remember, from your faculty too, numerous TDs and Taoiseachs have emerged. I hope that you will remember that as you go forward, that leadership is not an office. Leadership is not something that waits till you become an assistant principal or a principal or the deputy principal, the best job in Irish education. It's not a role that waits. Leadership is an attitude and something that I hope you as teachers demonstrate. And remember John Dewey's expression that education is not a preparation for life, but education is life itself. So turn your classrooms, turn your schools into models of the world we wish to create, models of the world not as it is, but as it should be and as it could be. And listen, it's not by accident that the Gaelic team of this university is called Dóchas Éireann, Ireland's hope. You are the hopes. You are the hopes. So folks, never ever settle and leave here today to create a world as it should be and as it could be. Congratulations.
You're right, and stay on the carpet.
Hello.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which we hope has been both enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin deir le seaamnas chógáirm na hallscoile seo, tá míad an buíochtaíomh as ucht fuair bheith láthair linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you will all now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Good afternoon. Accordia, Bawalum son na Hulscoile, Fáilte a Curubh Galéir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Maloney. Together with my colleague Noel Murphy, we will be your Masters of Ceremony this afternoon. On behalf of the University, I welcome you to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which will begin in a few moments. But first of all, I'd like to call on the Director of Alumni Relations to address you.
Thank you, Martin. Good evening to all our graduates, parents, family members, and friends. Today is a special day for our graduates because some will join the alumni community for the first time, and others who have graduated previously are strengthening their connection with the alumni community. In each case, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Your community has over 110,000 fellow graduates who will provide a support network for life across many different career sectors located all over the world. Our promise is to provide a mutually supportive relationship with you from now, throughout your career, and into retirement, where you can avail of many engagement opportunities depending on your stage in life. In today's convocation booklet, you'll see a QR code on the final pages. By scanning this in the coming days, you can update your details to ensure we can keep you up to date with all the latest news and opportunities here at DCU. Now, it is time to hear from members of our global alumni community, who, like you in a couple of minutes, cross this very stage and who remain connected to the university through many different volunteering opportunities. And we hope that you will too. Keep in touch.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community,
led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
This booklet gives the order of today's ceremony. We hope you'll take it away with you as a souvenir of what is both an important and enjoyable occasion, obviously for the graduating students, their parents and friends, and indeed for all the staff of the university. Today, we celebrate the achievement of every single graduate. However, we realize that applauding after each graduate is presented to the president might be a little tiring. So, could I suggest that we hold our applause until the end of each group of graduating students? In the cases of very large classes, we may stop every now and again and prompt you to show your appreciation. In case of an unlikely event of an evacuation of the building, could I ask you now just to identify the nearest emergency exit to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you? In such an eventuality, I would ask you please to remain calm and follow the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point at the front of the helix. Now, we know that everybody wants to get a photograph of the big moment, but could I ask that you remain seated and try not to block the aisles if you are taking that special shot? Now, I'd ask you to take out your mobile phone and check that it is on silent, and better again, turn down the volume, because you don't want to be mortified like I was a couple of years ago when it rang during the president's speech. But it's all right, he blamed the person sitting beside me, so that's fine. Do check your phones. They have a ghost-like habit of coming on. We really do hope you will enjoy today's celebration of our graduating students. During the academic procession, which will begin in a moment, the DCU anthem will be played. It'll be accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Senan Dunn. Now, could I ask those of you who are able to do so, could you please rise for the academic procession?
Chancellor, Uachtarán na hoscoile, Scolari na hoscoile, a chéimethe is a cóir go léir. Bhfuil fáilte anmhór chu roimh, chuig an ggóchorm seo, chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna, Ollscoil Cathaoirleach Cliath Bronagh. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all to today's convocation of degrees and awards by Dublin City University. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, and these are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. The ceremony this afternoon has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of his or her programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here in DCU, in which time we hope you've had fun and made good friends, as well as achieving this wonderful academic success. Inish, b'wala medina ella an seo chur láthair. I'd like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear of the stage are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of our governing authority. To the front are Breed Horan, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Kill, President of DCU, and Philomena McMurrow, Director of Registry. To your left are the Executive Deans of the faculties of the University or their representatives, and the Dean of Graduate Studies and the Dean of Teaching and Learning. On your right are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. Today, we welcome graduates of taught and research programmes from the DCU Institute of Education, including, for the first time, graduates from the Graduate Diploma in Inclusive and Special Education. We're also very pleased to welcome today's distinguished guest, Patricia Kavanagh, who will be conferred with a Doctor of Philosophy honoris causa, the highest honour which the university bestows. Inish táthas an Breed Horan, Chancellor na hoscoile, agus Cathaoirleach Christicanas na hoscoile, a chur na díobh. I have great pleasure in introducing Breed Horan, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of our governing authority. Thanks, Lisa, and good afternoon, everyone. Uachtarán na hoscoile a cholacathe agus a cóir go léir, Harceán údarás ceannis Ollscoil Cathaoirleach Cliath, bhfuil buíochas a go bhfuil libh as spelling don ócáid speisialta seo. President, colleagues and graduates, on behalf of the university's governing authority, welcome to the Helix on this really special occasion. And I want to start by welcoming Patricia, better known probably as Pat Kavanagh. And you're going to hear a lot more about Pat this afternoon, so I won't say too much. For now, I will just say that she represents the very best of community leaders and influencers. And I mean that influencer in the very best sense of the word, not the way we might think about it nowadays. We're also delighted to be joined today by Pat's husband, PJ, her 6 children and 15 grandchildren. And I had the pleasure of meeting 2 of your grandsons outside, but Pat and I have one thing in common at least. We both have a grandson called Charlie. So in Ireland, you have to find a link, don't we? That's what we do. And we're also delighted to be joined by so many of Pat's friends and colleagues and fellow community activists from the Ballymun community. But you will hear a lot more about Pat later. As well as welcoming those people, I will also want to extend a particularly warm welcome to our graduates' guests. So they're the people sitting in the expensive seats here at the front, up in the gods. Good afternoon. And apologies to the people behind. Mind, they're probably pleased enough not to have to look at my face. Because I'm welcoming them particularly because those are the people who supported our graduates at all stages of life to get them here today. And speaking of supporters, I should probably share that I had a bit of help preparing my own speech. My husband, John, is my greatest supporter in every way. He's also quite a good editor, even if he is a bit critical. In fact, if he had his way, this speech would probably be a bit shorter. But some things need to be said on an occasion like this. And the first thing for me to say is that it's a great honour for me to stand here alongside the passionate and dedicated leaders of DCU. The people on this stage, together with the broader DCU community, the academics, the professional staff, and all the support staff in every aspect of the university. They all work tirelessly to support our students and to make their time at DCU both enriching and hopefully enjoyable. So I hope all of you share my gratitude to everyone in DCU for creating an innovative and inclusive learning environment where everyone has the opportunity to flourish regardless of background or personal challenges. The commitment of these people and of the university leadership have made DCU a beacon of excellence in higher education, not just in Ireland, but on the global stage. And in fact, on that note, I'm delighted to mention, just to drop in lightly, that DCU has recently been ranked among the world's top 400 universities in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. And when you remember that there's over 10,000 universities in the world, being in the top 400 is a terrific result. Also this month, if you came in the Collins Avenue entrance, which probably most of you did, you may have seen that sparkling new building on your right. That is our newest building and is coming into use this month. It's currently named the Polaris Building and will accommodate over 3,000 STEM students, so science, technology, engineering and maths, and it will also be home for our School of Health and Human Performance. So Polaris, great name, the North Star, but looking around I can see that the audience, there's lots of wealthy people among you. Maybe it's your own wealth, maybe it's a company you work for, but you know, if you fancied having a building named after you or your company, we're open to offers. That's all I'll say on that. So when I talk about these achievements, they don't come easily. A lot of hard work goes into making them happen. So I want to congratulate all of the people in the university who have made it happen, and particularly congratulations to our president, Professor Dara Keogh. By the way, Dara will probably mention some other achievements when he's speaking towards the end of the evening. So the graduation ceremony is a bit formal, you know, the academic procession, the gowns. Mine's not red like Pat's, but it's fairly glittery. The gowns, the anthem, all the formalities. And those are important because they signify the importance of the occasion. So the important thing is that your graduation day is a blend of that formality with lots of celebrating, because this is a day to recognize and honor all your work and achievements. And we're privileged to share your celebration today because we're proud of every one of you. So as I was preparing for this memorable day, I checked to see what other memorable events happened around this time in history. And I was really struck by the fact that this week marks the 79th anniversary of the coming into being officially of the United Nations. So given the turmoil and suffering that we're all witnessing around the world, and in particular we hear most, I suppose, about Ukraine and the Middle East, but we all know that there's suffering and turmoil in many parts. And recognizing that, I think, is the timely reminder when we think of the United Nations being established of the fragility of peace in any region and of the importance of international cooperation. And I'm going to then move a little bit more local and a different challenge, and I'm going to risk hitting a somewhat political note, can you guess what I'm going to talk about? Apparently, we're going to have an election. It was a big surprise to us all, but there is going to be an election before the end of the year. And I want to ask you, when you're asked for your vote, I want to ask you to raise the importance of investing in one really important part of our national infrastructure, our higher education system. Investing in higher education is not only an investment in our young people, but it's an investment that is absolutely vital for our society and our economy. And I know we're all concerned about investment in primary and secondary education, and that is really important. But it's equally important that our higher education system is sustained into the future. The people here are going to go out and work in the education system. If they're not trained and qualified in a proper higher education system, that's not going to work. And equally, our health service, our energy system, all aspects of our economy are going to crash if we don't maintain our higher education system. So while there were some indications and commitments in the recent budget, the system itself remains seriously financially stressed, and further core funding increases are needed year on year. So if you get the opportunity, and I'm guessing you will, do mention it. On one occasion recently, a leading politician was asked why higher education is seriously underfunded, and he said, very honestly, it's never mentioned on the doorstep. Those are exact words. So there's your challenge. Mention something that's never mentioned on the doorsteps, higher education. On a lighter note, looking back at important days around this time of year, this Friday marks World Pasta Day. Now, I know the educationalists in the room will appreciate that you shouldn't come to DCU without learning at least one new thing. So that's your new thing to take away. It's World Pasta Day. It was declared by the wonderfully titled World Pasta Congress in 1998. And in 1998, I don't think pasta was quite as high on the shopping list in Ireland as it is today. Anyway, whatever other notable days are being marked this week, today is your graduation day, a day to celebrate, as I said. So like a great pasta dish, savor every moment, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Because you have overcome serious challenges to get to this stage. And there are always serious challenges for people going through education, but you had the particular challenge of COVID-19. That brought unprecedented upheaval and complexity to every aspect of life, including and particularly actually learning and teaching. And you mastered all of that, showing great strength and adaptability. So as you accept your parchment today from the President, it's kind of a new chapter for some of you and maybe a continuation of the chapter for others. But I've no doubt that you'll continue to excel in all aspects of your professional and personal lives, armed with the skills and knowledge you've acquired at DCU. You're joining the DCU alumni community with a mission to transform lives and societies. That's DCU's mission. And it's important that that is continued on by our graduates. It's a big ask, but when I know that you, the people graduating today, are going into the classrooms of today and tomorrow, I know you're going to have a huge impact. We're looking at hundreds of people here who are going to have such an impact. And when you think about impact, we're honouring Pat Kavanagh today, a woman who has had enormous impact in her own community. And in doing so, she's joining the ranks of other honorary graduates of DCU, the likes of Seamus Heaney, John Hume, Moya Doherty. And Pat, by the way, when Moya Doherty was conferred with her honorary doctorate here, she finished her speech with a song. I'm just saying. Anyway, as you move on from here, do please cherish the friendships and connections that you've made in DCU. That DCU community will always be there to support you. So celebrate yourselves, embrace the future with confidence. You're well equipped to succeed, whatever life throws at you and whatever challenges. So congratulations to you, Pat, again, and to every one of the graduates. Pógordas ó chríomh go léir agus go nairí libh ins na blianta tá macróin.
Thank you, Chancellor. Candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Anne Looney.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education in Gaeilge and French. Katie Baxter. Isabel Brennan. Rosaline Cannon. Deirdre Croghan. Claudia Darcy. Conor Dunn. Cian Michael Harmon. Claire Holton. Saoirse Kelleher. Anya McCabe. Ciara Jane Newman. Pierce O'Mara. Shona Ward. And well done to them. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education in Gaeilge and German. Arlene Byrne. Emma Coughlin. Fiona Hoare. Harry McCormack. Emer Murphy. And Daniel Wisniewski. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education in Gaeilge and Spanish. Karen Bracken. Anne Sharon Kiru. Megan McHugh. Amy McManus. Sarah Murphy. Heather Newman. Sorcha na Gillicara. Ava Piggott. Chiara Sartini. And Orla Tangney. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Early Childhood Education. Ciara Anglin. Shannon Anglem. Emily Bates. Katie Brazel. Tara Brennan. Maeve Brown. Christina Byrne. Orla Byrne. Katrina Convoy. Ben Conway. Hannah Cosgrave. Emer Coughlin. Aisling Croat. Kira Cruz. Sarah Cunningham. Ailish Marie Curtin. Aoife Darcy. Aoife Darcy. Robin Dawson. Marie Doyle. Vivian Drews. Susanna Dudek. Sarah Evans. Rebecca Fitt. Leah Mary Hart. Bronwyn Hassan. Aoife Hennessy. Amy Kavanagh. Chloe Knox. Katie Lennon. Katie Lynch. Shauna McCaney. Anne Michelle McConalogue. Leah McCormack. Shannon McDermott McKenna. Ciara Mary MacDonald. Caoimhe McGorry. Megan Maloney. Alison Murray. Aoife Nolan. Shannon O'Connell. Shona O'Connell. Emily O'Connor. Sophie O'Hara. Amy O'Hare. Alana Joanne O'Hannigan. Caitlin Peoples. Cleona Power. Maria Prieto Bacho. Gabrielle Poido Kaite. Suzanne Rogers. Liliana Srozinka. Jennifer Wheelahan. Katie Wisdom. Outian Wu. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Science Education. Niamh Brady. Ria Brennan. Fionn Cassidy. Peter Davis. Emma Angela Duffy. Amy Fitzpatrick. Sarah Leanne Kearns. Caitlin Leogue. Zoe Matthews. Colleen McManus. Ben Moran. Jimmy Barry Murphy. Emer Noonan. Evan O'Sullivan. Philip Oluwafemi Oladele. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the graduate certificate in the education of pupils on the autism spectrum. Katrina Breheny. Emer Darcy. Aileen Durkin. Michael Kerwin. Joanne Mary Tierney. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Professional Diploma in Inclusive and Special Education. Mary Nike Adesian. Siobhan Carley. Cara Dillon Kelly. Eva Downey. Lorraine Foley. Rhonda Johnson. Jennifer Kelly. Orla Merrick. Bernadette Murphy. Juliette Reynolds. Natalia Uzon. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Education and Training Management e-Learning. Sinead Finn. Gillian Uen Kaiulu. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Education and Training Management e-Learning. Gianfranco Bolognese. Mairead Connell. Fergal Duffy. Sean Patrick Gallagher. Megan Gallen. Shadi Karazi. Elaine King. Elizabeth Mahan. Maeve McGuinness. Sarah O'Donnell. Fanula Tynan. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Education and Training Management Leadership. Darren Keneally. Ornat Mains. Kevin McCabe. Hannah O'Connor. Rosella Parenti. Thomas Sharkey. And Alison Turner. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Inclusive and Special Education. Katie Jane Anderson. Michaela Burns. Niamh Boyle. Gerard Bradley. Lauren Bradley. Aideen Brazel. Margaret Brennan. Mairead Burke. Colleen Kate Byrne. Sandra Byrne. Patricia Carolyn. Norita Casey. Ian Caulfield. Megan Clark. Emma Conlon. Therese Coogan. Brian Corkery. Susan Cribben. Ellen Darcy. Rosaline Teresa Doherty. Katie Dooley. Viorica Fabian. Suzanne Margaret Fairbrother. Elena Patricia Fall. Yvonne Finnegan O'Connor. Cassie Hunt. Maria Lawler. Colin Leonard. Sinead Lucy. Rita Maculite. Charlene Mathieson. Mary McDonnell. Ciara McGinty. Orla McGowan. Michelle McKeever. Karina Ann McKiernan. Emer McLaughlin. Laura Ann Monk. Sinead Moran. And we'll applaud that group of students. Emma Mulhern. Siobhan Mullally. Antoinette Murray O'Sullivan, Claudia Murta, Helen O'Connor, Aidan O'Loughlin, Owen O'Neill, Kinga Pollock, Anne Purcell, Mary Quigley, Jack Roach, Sonali Roy, Heather Lara Smith-Keogh, Paul Tauk, Stephanie Wall, Chloe Walsh, Suzanne Yarker, and Lorna Young. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Education in Autism. Denise Ahern, Sarah Boylan, Amanda Braddon, Louise Daly, Caroline Dillon, Louise Moore, Sarah Mulconry, Niamh Murray, Ciara Whateley, President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Masters in Special Educational Needs. Michelle Farrell, Sarah Gerard, Anne Gunn, Jean-Louise McCarthy, Sorcha Ní Cléirig, Cecilia Ann O'Shea, Grace Sweeney. Well done. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Professional Master of Education. Lucy Archibald, Caoimhe Boyle, Sinead Buckley, Grania Burke. Emma Cahill. Lauren Carr. Hannah Clark. Orla Ann Cleary. Marina Call. Emer Collins. Caitlin Connellan. Eva Connolly. Max Connolly. Kieran Coyle. Alana Curran. Sophie Daniels. Katie Donoghue. Quiva Anya Downey Butler. Chloe Doyle. Evan Doyle. Aoife Dunn. Kate Farrelly. Emma Flanagan. Catherine Foley. Jack Gladney. Amy Gleeson. Erica Graham. Evine Grimes. Kaylin Grinney. Idelle Holland. Megan Jones. Megan Kearns. Colin Kelly. And we'll take a break and give them a big boulabus. Jenny Kilduff. Enya Larkin Donnelly. Rebecca Leach. Claire Mallon. Megan McConkey. Kaylee McDonnell. Catherine McGonigal. Aidan McHugh. Stephanie McHugh. Cormac Maloney Wamare. Kate Murphy. Niamh Murrin. Kieran Murta. Alana Corcoran, Alana Ní Corcoran, Cian O'Nulon, Adam O'Callaghan, Shona O'Connell, Leanne Kate O'Donovan, Patrick O'Loughlin, Brian O'Mahony, Roisin O'Reilly, Richard O'Toole, Carly Paget, Ella May Power, Sean Quinn, Grania Reynolds, Rebecca Ryan, Sean Scanlon, Leah Spallin, Amy Sweeney, Shona Tracy, Adam Walsh, Ian Walsh, Fiona Whelan, Hannah White.
Táthas ar inis fáilte a chur rus céimethe bhfuil céimena taide le bronna orthu. We're very pleased now to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Professor Anne Looney will now present the candidates from the DCU Institute of Education for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Education programme through research in the DCU Institute of Education. For a thesis entitled Including and Supporting Mathematics Learners in Irish Mainstream Primary Schools, Teachers' Perceptions and Experiences, Grania Cull. For a thesis entitled Early Leavers from Mainstream Education, a phenomenological examination of their lived experiences of loss, adversity and system blockages, Jennifer Cummins. For a thesis entitled A Multi-Site Case Study, an exploration of the influence of school leadership on teacher professional learning in 4 Irish primary schools, Trina Canaan. For a thesis entitled They Have the Right to Be Included, an Euro-affirmative approach to including autistic pupils with a significant learning disability alongside their peers, Elizabeth Flanagan. For a thesis entitled Teacher Resilience in the Face of Systemic Changes 2016 to 2021, Julianne Fleming. For a thesis entitled One of Them is the Way I Think, the Other is the Way I Am, the lived educational experiences of autistic, trans and non-binary students in the Republic of Ireland, Maggie Green. For a thesis entitled Creating the Conditions Necessary for Educational Leadership Capacity, a study of the relationship between school cultures and teacher leadership in Irish post-primary schools, Keith McLaren. For a thesis entitled Examining the Digital Competence and Intention of Pre-Service Primary School Teachers in the Republic of Ireland to Use Digital Technology in Their Professional Practice, Dennis Moynihan. For a thesis entitled An Analysis of Junior Cycle English Teachers' Understandings and Experiences of Intercultural Education Using a Critical Literacy Framework, Ursula Murphy. And for a thesis entitled The Influencing Factors and Process of Becoming and Remaining an Age-Friendly University, Christine Helen O'Kelly. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Human Development. For a thesis entitled Primary School Pupils' Perspectives on Homework, a Qualitative Sociological Analysis using Bourdieusian Theory, Helen Fitzmaurice. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Inclusive and Special Education. For a thesis entitled Fish in Water, Exploring the Use of Drama as a Strengths-Based Creative Pedagogy for Children with Dyslexia, a Reflective Practice Case Study, Patty Roach. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Policy and Professional Practice. For a thesis entitled Assessing Ability, Emotional Intelligence in a Collaborative Problem-Solving Context, a Case Study in a Primary School in Ireland, Deirdre Dennehy. For a thesis entitled How Context Shapes Enactment, the Case of School Self-Evaluation in Irish Primary Schools, Ronan Gubbins. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of STEM Education, Innovation and Global Studies. For a thesis entitled Futures Consciousness, a Futures Study in Gamified and Game-Based Learning in Higher Education, Katerina Economides.
Congratulations to all our graduates. Corda, Curan Ach na Hulscoile, Millenegade no Shacht, or Hummus na Hulscoil, came in a onig of Runna. Is the Doctora Clefal Sunach an Oris Causa, and an Or is Orda of Runna na Hulscoil. The Universities Act 1997 empowers the university to confer honorary degrees. The Doctor of Philosophy, honoris causa, is the highest honour which the university bestows. I now invite Professor Anne Looney to read the citation for this award to Patricia Kavanagh.
DCU is a university where place matters. We are of our city and our community. While our campuses stretch across many neighbourhoods, our Ballymun roots continue to be important in shaping our values and mission to transform lives and societies. Pat Kavanagh is a transformer on our doorstep. Born in the back bedroom of the Cabra house, where she still lives, Pat attended St. Catherine's Primary School, Cabra, until the age of 11. Her mother was a dedicated reader and a passionate supporter of the local library, with as many as 5 books on loan at any one time. But that love of reading and learning did not translate into funds for secondary schooling, meaning that Pat, like many of her generation, finished formal schooling in 6th class before moving on to work. Pat worked in bachelors as a fishmonger and for many years as part of the cleaning team in Orasi Dálig in the forecourts. Pat was determined that her children would have the education that was not available to her. She impressed on them that education was the key to everything, a stepping stone to opportunity and to a career. Pat used to bring her daughters to the offices she cleaned and regularly reminded them that they would be going to college so they could work in offices like these and not simply clean them. All 6 did, and 4 now work in education. Pat's youngest child accompanied her in the buggy on her return to formal education at the age of 38, which led to her studying for her leaving certificate, while one of her own was also in senior cycle in school. Her family described this time. The kitchen was the study. The walls were covered with the back of a roll of wallpaper with key dates in history. Pat took the exams and passed with flying colours. When she received her certificate, it was placed in the kitchen, the hub of the house, as an inspiration to all the children. Pat then went to work in community organisations, first in Finglas as a community employment worker, and then gained full-time employment in Ballymun in 1998, initially with employers groups, and then, to her great joy, with the young people of the area. She went on to higher education, to Maynooth University this time, completing a certificate in adult guidance. Pat was and is still working with young people aged 16 to 24 in Ballymun who have serious challenges and are generally not involved in education or employment. She has been a key person in many innovative projects and initiatives that have had a positive impact on the young people of Ballymun and on the wider community. The most successful of these has been the Bally Runners, which started as a short intervention supporting young people, culminating in a charity run, but it has grown to become much more. The number of young people reached and the exposure to a wider range of non-formal education, including community volunteering, first aid, yoga, outdoor education, bike maintenance, the Bronze Goshka Award, cookery and horticulture, and many more, has been remarkable. For these young people, engagement in learning is accompanied by mentoring and career guidance provided by Pat and her team, and ultimately the goal is to direct young people to positive routes of progression, including further education and beyond, even to DCU. There have been many successful graduates from the Ballyrunners over the years who have taken up second chance education. And one participant went on to become a world-renowned chef, cooking for Irish and American presidents. Pat sits on a number of interagency initiatives, including Equal Youth, Strive, and the Treatment and Rehabilitation subcommittees in Ballymun. She works closely with the Ballymun Community Gardaí and the Probation Service, developing positive relationships and building trust between young people and the criminal justice services. Officially, Pat retired in 2019, but now, 5 years later, she is still a valued member of the team in the Job Centre in Ballymun. At their request, she remains in the position and continues working with the young people who continue to sign up for Ballyrunners and continue to need her support and guidance. Pat represents a generation of education leaders, mainly women, in Ballymun and other communities on the north side of the city, who gave so much of their time and talents to build and support their communities, to connect with disaffected young people and adults, to give hope when it was in short supply in the face of poverty, social deprivation, and addiction. Their unwavering commitment to building flourishing, inclusive, welcoming communities deserves recognition by a university committed to transforming lives and societies. DCU confers its highest honour on people who have made an impact, but it's important to remember that impact can also be local, whether it is in a kitchen or in a community project. Making a difference in the world begins by making a difference in someone's world. And for almost 25 years, Pat Kavanagh has done this for countless young women and men in Ballymun. And therefore, at Uachtaráin, I ask you to confer on Patricia Kavanagh the degree of Doctor of Philosophy Honoris Causa.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Patricia Kavanagh has signed the Roll of Honour. I invite her to make her address.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Just bear with me a bit. When I was first informed that DCU were giving me this award, I was completely astounded and overwhelmed. I felt a bit of a fraud and thought there must be some mistake. I was to receive an honorary doctor from DCU. Wow. I had barely gotten over that shock when I was told I would have to give a small speech. This petrified me. Believe me, this is not my forte at all. I am completely out of my comfort zone. However, I do want to tell my story and the impact that education has had on me, how it affected my growth as an individual, and the confidence that it gave me to pursue my career aspirations, and the hope and belief that I could succeed. So please bear with me and forgive my blunders in advance. Firstly, I want to say thank you to DCU for giving me this amazing honour. I feel so overwhelmed and completely unqualified to receive such a prestigious award. In bestowing this honour on me, DCU is recognising not only my work, but the work that is happening each day in the community and volunteer sector. I'm here today representing all of those people that work tirelessly in the community, encouraging and supporting people to overcome their barriers, encouraging them to progress into further learning and education. For someone like me that originally left school before my 12th birthday, but always knew the value of education, this is beyond any kind of accolade I could have ever imagined receiving. I originally finished school when I had completed my primary cert, before I was 12 years of age. My father had passed away when I was 9 years old, and by that time my 4 older brothers had emigrated. This left my mother alone, raising myself and my sister, who was 2 years older than me. Times were difficult then, with very little support, and although my mother did value education, there was no way possible that me or my sister were ever going to go to secondary school. The money just wasn't there for that. However, my mother was an avid reader and encouraged us to read and learn through books. Our weekly visits to Phibsborough Library are among my treasured memories. I got a lot of my earlier education from those books. From the age of 13, I started my journey in the world of work. And over the next few years, I worked in various factories and shops. Working in those areas, I was happy enough. I was also very proud to be part of the workforce. I was earning money and was able to contribute to the household. Even at the age of 13, there is a sense of pride making some contribution to your family income. However, I always knew I could do better if only I'd had the education to go further. I was also sure that there was no opportunity for this to happen to me, ever. How wrong I was. Going forward, I got married at 22 and went on to have 6 children. This was a very happy time in my life, raising my young children. For me, being a mother is the most valuable occupation. During this time, I also worked part-time as an office cleaner. Again, a job I was happy to do, as it meant a bit of extra towards the family income. And as you can imagine, with 6 children, the extra money was always welcome. My aspirations for my children were very clear in my head. They would be educated to the highest level possible and would have choices in life. I knew then, as I know now, that education is the key to freedom and choice. Myself and my husband worked very hard to make this happen, and I'm very proud to say that all 6 are educated to a very high level. My children have attended each of the universities and colleges in Dublin and surrounding areas. 2 of them actually attended this fabulous college, and one of them graduated with a master's degree in education from this very building. When I was in my early 40s and my youngest child was 2 years old, I did get that chance that I was sure I would never get, the opportunity to go back to school. This came about through a series of events that are too long to go into at this time. However, I remember very clearly that first day that I went back to school. I had planned to do a foundation course, then maybe junior cert, and if possible, finally leaving cert. I was so nervous walking that 10-minute path to school that I almost turned around several times on my way there. I did start to go home a few times. It took me more than a half an hour to walk that 10-minute journey. Thankfully, I kept going. My lust for learning was far stronger than my fear of the unknown, obviously. When eventually I got to the school, I was met by a fabulous teacher named Josephine. She warmly welcomed me with open arms. She insisted that I was ready to go straight into a Leaving Cert class, and that's exactly what I did. I went straight into that LT class, thereby beginning 2 magnificent years in Colossea Aina in Carper. My fellow classmates ranged in age from 24 to 62. We were all at different levels in our lives and our education. However, the teachers were wonderful, putting us at ease, treating us with respect, without prejudice or judgment, and supporting us through all our trials and tribulations. In 1995, I sat my very first exam. the Leaving Cert exam. I was terrified, but with the encouragement and support I got from all those teachers, particularly Josephine, I managed to pass all subjects. This teacher changed my life. Her subjects were English and history, subjects she taught with great passion. She was a wonderful teacher, encouraging and empowering students to go on to greater things. Most importantly, she had aspirations and belief in her students and managed to pass that belief on to us. We began to believe we could achieve anything we put our minds to. A quote from Sidney Hook sums up the effect those teachers had on me. He said, "Everyone who remembers his or her own education remembers teachers, not methods and techniques. The teacher is the heart of the educational system." This I believe to be absolutely true. It's almost 30 years since I sat that exam, but I have never forgotten Josephine or how much influence she had on me. Many of my classmates progressed on to third level education straight after the Leaving Cert. This was not possible for me as I still had a young family. However, for me it was only the beginning. For the following few years, I became very involved in helping to set up adult education programs in my area of Cabra West. I also took part in various training programs. I was in my element, being educated and helping others to get the same opportunities as myself. Fast forward to 1999, to when I started working at the Ballymun Job Centre. By this time, I had my Leaving Cert plus a couple of other further training qualifications. The first position I held in the job centre was in office administration, and to be completely honest, a role I'm not best suited for, as many of my colleagues here today will attest to. Nevertheless, the job centre, being the fabulous organisation that it is, showed belief in me and gave me the opportunity to go to Maynooth University, where I studied for and achieved my career guidance qualification. The position I was given then was working as a career guidance officer with young early school leavers. The pendulum had swung full circle. I could now encourage, motivate and support those young people of Ballymun and surrounding areas into education. It wasn't very long before I realised that this was the job I was made for. I look forward to going to work each day. I love my job, and I know that I'm very privileged to have the opportunity to do the work that I enjoy so much. My current role as a high support career guidance officer is similar insofar as the majority of my clients are early school leavers. However, they may also be involved in or have a history of addiction and or criminality. This is often a higher mountain to climb for these clients. However, I'm frequently in awe of how much effort they put into making changes in their lives. Education is the key to those changes. With each set of learning they achieve, their confidence grows, and so does their aspirations and hope for a better future. My job is not a job, it's something that I do that I enjoy beyond description. Although challenging at times, it is a challenge that I relish. How lucky am I to engage with those young people, to get to know them, to understand them, and to be part of their journey. To hear their stories sometimes of great trauma, but also of great resilience. How could I not love my work? I'm so grateful to those young people for allowing me into their lives. It is because of my work with these young people that I am being honoured here today. However, I'm not alone in this work, and I would like to acknowledge those people that I represent here today, my colleagues that work in the community and voluntary sector, and organisations like the Job Centre, the Youth Work Services, the Youth Training Services, and the Addiction Services, the Outreach Services, Adult Education Services, and many more. Those people that do Trojan work each day with such energy, enthusiasm and commitment. I must also mention the community guards and the probation service, who are dedicated to their work in the community and have helped me in my work in many ways. I'd like to thank the Job Centre for supporting me and giving me the freedom to carry out my work without restriction. I would also like to thank the Ballymun Local Alcohol and Drugs Task Force for funding my position and always encourage me in my efforts. My last thank you, but certainly not the least one, is a big thank you to my beautiful family. They have encouraged me in every step I took in my journey through adult education and beyond. Finally, I want to wish all you graduates here today every good wish in your future career as educators. Do not underestimate the value of your profession, the impact that you can have. As educators, you will have the power to influence and encourage learners to grasp all the opportunities that education will give them. You should feel proud and privileged to be part of such a fantastic profession. As Confucius said, education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, and hope breeds peace. Thank you.
Gorgeous Pat. Very good on us, Skull Carvalho. He'll now make his address.
Thank you very much. I don't think even Jim Gavin got as big a round of applause here. And I see some Donegal folk down there who deprived him the only time he was beaten, and they're chuckling away there. They're still at it. Look at them. The only time he was beaten in a championship game was by that shower sitting down the front. Sorry, those people, nice people. I know that people have made huge efforts to be here, and you've come enormous distances. There were people out there I saw from Dundalk, and people from Cork and Galway and Donegal. Anybody further than that? You just want to get out. Is that what it is? I know how you're thinking. You're thinking if we don't answer, we'll get over it fairly quickly. I tell you, you're back in a loser there. But no, it is wonderful to see people, and even people came in who travelled all the way from the south side. Honest to God, I met a man outside earlier. You swear to God he was Captain Kirk. You know that he'd come across. He told me to be here. The Dodder, the Liffey, and the Tolka, kind of the final frontier to make it here to Glasnevin. The best part is, like the rest of you, he passed 2 universities to get here. So he knew when he was onto a good thing. Listen, I'll keep what I have to say short. I just think that we need to really look at Pat's story. Look at the kind of struggles, I suppose, in her life, the frustration in her youth, the way in which she overcame that and embraced education. I think things that a lot of us take for granted and young people take for granted, that sense of, right, not just a right, and everybody has a right to an education, but that sense of entitlement, it doesn't work out like that for an awful lot of people. And I think that what Pat's story about today is about kind of overcoming that kind of adverse, and not only that, but dedicating your whole life then to lifting other people up behind you. You know, so many people in life, when they get to the top, they pull the ladder up behind them. I think what Pat has shown us is that when she got there, she dropped the ladders, and lifted all of those around her. And that's really impressive. And that's a sign of kind of confidence and generosity. And I think the point that she makes about your role as educators, and tonight when you go home, have a little look at the libretto and open it and look at the range of qualifications. People here who've dedicated their life to supporting learners with autism, with different special needs, the topics in the research programs, for instance, but all of you, whether from early childhood or right through lifelong education, the impact that you will have is immense. And many of you are here too against the odds in difficult circumstances too. We had COVID, people had illness, having children, and so on along the way. I'd like to congratulate you for that, for your dedication, particularly the graduate students who are working, who've made sacrifices in terms of time and finance to go back and study. And our doctoral students, the reason they're wearing red is that, Marvel designed that gear. their superpower is perseverance. That no matter what life threw at them, they persevered and got the doctorate at the end. So I know, folks, that you're usually very mindful, very demure, cutesy even. So abandon all that and give yourselves a massive round of applause. I'd also like, again, on your behalf, and that sounded very self-satisfied, but on your behalf, we'll thank all your backroom crew, all your supporters, the people who loved you and listened to you, revoluted you, and all of that to get you to today. So give them a big round of applause. And again, on your behalf, just to thank our wonderful staff here, my colleagues and everybody in the library and the estates and all the invisible people who make this such a wonderful place. So again, congratulations. I think just to conclude, it was my friend John Dewey, the great American, who's dead now 100 years, the great American. I'm not living in the past. He lives on in our minds, but the great American kind of philosopher who said that, you know, education is not about the preparation for life. Education is life itself. And just to say that in whatever environment you find yourself, whether in a classroom or a special context, or working with children with additional needs, remember that the influence, as Pat said, that you have on children, the behaviors you model, the affection you give them, the support, the standards you set, the behaviors you will accept and won't accept, will set the standard for the life and the world that we hope to create. You have amazing influence and amazing responsibility. Amazing ability as well. Use those wisely. And if you need a role model or you need proof that what you do is valuable day in, day out against the struggles, think back to today, your graduation, and think of that. So listen, go out of here. Congratulations. Enjoy yourselves and change the world. Well done.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been both enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I will ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin deir le seamarnas chomh na hOllscoile seo. Tá mí dá buíochtaobh as ucht fuair bheith láthair léinn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you all so much for being with us, and I hope you'll all now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.